For ages, the early civilizations of Mexico built powers that rivaled Rome. Societies shaped by sprawling cities, sacred rituals, and remarkable engineering. Only to vanish mysteriously into the jungle, long before Europe rose to power. The Valle de los Monjes, with its towering rock formations, stood as a prominent natural monument, formed over countless years of geological change. On Janitzio Island, traditions honouring the dead have continued for generations, preserving beliefs that existed long before the Spanish conquest. In Chihuahua, the Cascada Basaseachic flows through land once held by resilient peoples who resisted colonial expansion for centuries. Stay with me, because we're about to uncover Mexico's hidden wonders. Places so extraordinary that you'll wonder why no one ever told you about them before. Cascadas de Agua Azul is recognised for its series of waterfalls with vivid turquoise water. The waterfalls are formed along the Zanil River and stretch across several levels, with water flowing over limestone rocks and creating natural pools and rapids. The name translates to blue water, which comes from the high content of calcium carbonate and other minerals in the water. Historically, the site has faced dramatic events, such as in 2017, when an earthquake caused a crack in the riverbed, temporarily diverting the river and reducing the water flow over the falls. Local residents quickly intervened, using sandbags to redirect the water and restore the cascades to their previous state, which prevented a major change in the appearance of the falls. Swimming is also allowed in designated areas, but there have been incidents of drownings in the past, leading to safety measures and restrictions. The Revillagigedo Islands are a remote group of 4 volcanic islands in the Pacific Ocean off Mexico's coast. The islands are Socorro, San Benedicto, Roca Partida, and Clarion, which are the peaks of underwater volcanoes created millions of years ago by volcanic activity. The archipelago is now a protected marine reserve and national park, and is recognised as a UNESCO World Heritage Site due to its ecological significance and high number of endemic species. People visit the area mainly for diving, as the islands are considered one of the world's top destinations for encounters with various marine life, such as humpback whales. San Benedicto, originally named Isla de los Inocentes, is an uninhabited volcanic island known for its dramatic geological history. The island's most prominent feature is the Barcina volcano, which erupted in the 1950s, destroying all plant life and most of the bird colonies. Over time, seabirds and some greenery have returned, but the southern half remains largely covered in ash. The absence of fresh water and the devastation from eruptions have limited terrestrial wildlife, but the island is important for nesting seabirds. Humpback whales are frequent visitors to the waters around the Revillagigedo Islands, particularly during the winter months. These whales are known for their complex songs, which can be heard underwater and are believed to play a role in communication and mating. Humpbacks migrate to tropical waters to mate and give birth, then travel to colder regions to feed. Their feeding behaviour includes techniques like lunge feeding and, in some regions, bubble net feeding, where groups of whales corral fish with curtains of bubbles before lunging upward to consume them. Roca Partida, meaning split rock, is the smallest of the four islands and consists of two rocky peaks divided by a low area. The island is bare, with no foliage, and is the exposed tip of a submerged volcano. Its isolation and steep underwater walls make it a prized site for divers, who often rate it among the best dive spots due to the abundance of large pelagic species. Permits are required to visit, as the area is under military jurisdiction. Socorro is the largest and most biodiverse of the group. It is home to a rugged volcanic landscape, deep canyons, and a history of volcanic eruptions, with the last major event in the 1990s. The island also hosts several endemic species, including birds and reptiles found nowhere else. Historically, it hosted a naval station and was used for scientific research, including NASA tracking stations. Socorro's surrounding waters are especially famous for encounters with giant manta rays, which often approach divers and exhibit curious behaviour, a rare phenomenon in other parts of the world. Sierra de Tepoztlan is a mountain range defined by its unusual rock formations and its significance in local history and culture. The area has been inhabited for thousands of years, with archaeological evidence dating back to at least 1500 before the Common Era. The region has seen the rise and fall of several civilizations, including the Tlahuica, Toltec Chichimeca, and later the Xochimilca. It became part of the Aztec Empire, and its people were required to pay tribute until it was conquered by the Spanish conquest. Located on a peak of the range is El Tepozteco, an archaeological site that was once a major pilgrimage stop. It consists of a small pyramid dedicated to Tepoztecatl, the Aztec god associated with pulque, fertility, and harvest. Tepoztlan is a town at the base of the range, known for its traditional markets, artisan crafts, and local cuisine. According to legend, Amatlan, a nearby village, is the birthplace of Seacatl Topiltzin Quetzalcoatl, a figure who became associated with the god Quetzalcoatl. The town has been a centre of resistance against external pressures, including land expropriation and development projects, and even played a role in the Mexican Revolution, with local fighters supporting the main leader, Emiliano Zapata. Interestingly, it is a Magic Town part of the Programa Pueblos Mágicos, an initiative to promote a series of towns around the country that offer visitors cultural and historical relevance, and help increase tourism to smaller towns in rural areas. The Parroquia de la Natividad de María, also known as the ex-Convento de la Natividad, is a Dominican parish built between 1555 and 1580 by local people under the supervision of friars. Dedicated to the Virgin of the Nativity, it is known for its fortress-like design, featuring a large atrium, thick walls, and several chapels in the corners, known as capillas posas. San Sebastián del Oeste was once a major mining centre, with origins dating back to the early 17th century due to the discovery of gold and silver in the surrounding mountains. This led to the establishment of numerous mines and the use of haciendas to reduce space and resources for housing and farming in the New World. At its peak, it supported a population of nearly 20,000, with a thriving economy based on precious metals. The name San Sebastián del Oeste comes from its patron saint, Saint Sebastian, and its location in the western Sierra Madre. The town's layout and architecture feature winding cobblestone streets, terraced neighbourhoods, and buildings constructed with materials and techniques adapted to the local climate and topography. After the revolution in the early 20th century, the mines were abandoned, and today it is largely forgotten, with only its well-preserved colonial architecture and a few residents remaining. The Iglesia de San Sebastián Mártir is the town's main church, originally constructed in the early 1600s in the colonial Spanish Baroque style. The church stands out for its pastel-coloured interior, well-preserved murals, Corinthian columns, and ceiling vault frescoes. It serves as a focal point for local religious festivals, including celebrations in honour of Saint Sebastian and other important dates in the religious calendar. Popocatépetl is an active stratovolcano infamous for its frequent eruptions and prominent snow-capped peaks. The name comes from the Nahuatl words that mean smoking mountain. Locals often call it El Popo or Don Goyo, the latter linked to a legend where the volcano is personified as an old man named Gregorio, believed to warn nearby communities of eruptions. Located between the states of Puebla, Morelos, and the state of Mexico, It formed after previous volcanoes in the area collapsed, with debris avalanches and large eruptions shaping the landscape. Some eruptions buried ancient settlements and even pyramids, preserving traces of pre-classical cultures. The volcano has experienced several major eruptions, some of which forced evacuations and caused ashfall over nearby cities. The city of Atlixco sits at the foot of Popocatépetl and is known as the City of Flowers due to its extensive production of ornamental plants and cut flowers. Its name comes from Nahuatl, meaning water in the valley. The city was once a major wheat producer and has evolved into a centre for floriculture, with greenhouses and nurseries lining its streets. The volcanic soil and favourable climate allow for year-round flower cultivation, including roses, chrysanthemums, gladiolas and poinsettias. It supplies flowers across the country and exports a significant portion abroad, especially to the United States. The Capilla del Cerro de San Miguel is a chapel located on a hilltop overlooking Atlixco. Built in the 18th century, it is a focal point for religious festivities, especially the annual celebration of the Archangel Michael on September 29th. During this festival, a statue of the Archangel is carried from the Church of La Soledad to the chapel, and the town fills with music and traditional songs. La Escalera Ancha, or the wide staircase, serves as the main path up the hill to the Capilla del Cerro de San Miguel, decorated with a mural celebrating local culture and traditions. The staircase is a gathering place for festivals and was the site of the first Atlixcayotl, a traditional dance and cultural festival that remains important to the community. The flower industry supports hundreds of families and is central to Atlixco's economy and identity. Flower festivals and displays are held throughout the year, and the town's markets are filled with blooms, especially during holidays like the Day of the Dead, when marigolds and other flowers are in high demand. Bacalar Lagoon is often called the Lagoon of Seven Colours, due to the multiple shades of blue created by varying water depths and the white limestone bottom. This area has been inhabited since pre-Columbian times and was once a significant Maya city, later becoming the first settlement in the region held by Spanish conquistadors. The lagoon stretches for dozens of kilometres and contains several cenotes, or natural sinkholes, which form deep pools within the lagoon. These cenotes, along with the shallow, crystal-clear waters, make Bacalar a popular spot for swimming, kayaking, and boat tours. One of the most unusual features of Bacalar Lagoon is the presence of living stromatolites, ancient structures formed by cyanobacteria. These are among the oldest forms of life on Earth, with some in Bacalar dating back thousands of years, offering a rare opportunity to see living fossils that have contributed to oxygenating the planet. Fuerte de San Felipe de Bacalar, or Fort San Felipe, was built in the early 18th century to defend the town from pirate attacks. The fort's star-shaped design, created by Italian architect Juan Podio, includes bastions named Santa Ana, San Arturo, Santa Maria, and San Joaquin, each positioned for optimal defence. It was constructed after repeated pirate raids devastated Bacalar, with the most infamous attack led by Diego el Mulato, who destroyed the town and desecrated religious images. Inside the fort now houses a museum that exhibits Maya artifacts, colonial weapons, maps and murals depicting the region's turbulent history. Cosala is recognised as a historic mining town that was a key centre for silver and gold mining. Its full name, Real de Minas de Nuestra Señora de las 11,000 Vírgenes de Cosala, refers to the legendary St. Ursula and the 11,000 virgins, reflecting the influence of Spanish missionaries and local traditions. By the 19th century, it was the most important mining centre in the area, at one point generating half of all the silver exported from Sinaloa. Cosala also briefly served as the capital of the western state, which included parts of what are now Sinaloa, Sonora, and Arizona. Lake Xochimilco is known for its network of ancient canals and chinampas, or floating gardens, which are remnants of a vast lake system that once covered the Valley of Mexico. These canals and artificial islands date back to pre-Hispanic times, when Mesoamerican cultures such as the Teotihuacanos, Toltecs, and Aztecs developed the chinampa system to maximize agricultural production in shallow lake waters. Chinampas were constructed by layering mud and tree branches on the lake bed, then anchoring them with willow or juniper trees. Over time, these islands became fertile plots for growing flowers, vegetables, and other crops, providing a reliable food source for the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan. After the Spanish conquest, most of the lakes in the region were drained to prevent flooding and make way for urban growth. Trajineras are colourful, flat-bottomed boats that have been used for centuries to navigate the canals and transport goods, people and produce from the Chinampas. Traditionally made from wooden planks and waterproofed with chapapote, trajineras are propelled by a boatman using a long pole to push along the shallow waters. Originally, trajineras were practical vessels for commerce, but over time, they were adapted for leisure and celebration. In the early 1900s, the boats were decorated with bright colours, arches of flowers and names, often those of women or loved ones, at the request of visitors. Today, trajineras are equipped with tables, chairs, and sometimes even musicians, providing a festive atmosphere for passengers as they cruise the canals. Taxco is a hillside city in Guerrero that is renowned for being a centre for silverwork and its colonial architecture. The area's history as a mining centre dates back to when indigenous peoples extracted silver and gold for tribute to the Aztecs. The Spanish founded the current town after discovering plentiful silver veins, and Taxco soon became one of the earliest and most important mining towns in New Spain. At its height, Taxco was among the largest silver producers in the Spanish Empire. However, silver mining brought not only wealth, but also hardship, with indigenous and enslaved African labourers working in the mines during the colonial period. Taxco's international reputation for silver jewellery and craftsmanship was revived in the 20th century by American designer William Spratling, who established workshops and trained local artisans. Today, the town is home to thousands of silversmiths, and its markets and shops attract collectors and tourists from around the world. Santa Prisca de Taxco is the town's most famous landmark and a masterpiece of New Spanish Baroque architecture. Built between 1751 and 1759 by the wealthy mine owner José de la Borda, the church dominates the main plaza, Plaza Borda. The construction nearly bankrupted Borda, who wanted a grand church for his son Manuel, a priest. The church is built of pink stone and features two ornate Churrigueresque towers, a very decorated facade, and a domed roof covered in painted tiles. Santa Prisca was the tallest building in the country for decades after its completion and remains a focal point for religious and community life in Taxco. The Cristo Rey Monumental is a towering statue of Christ that stands on a hill overlooking Taxco. Built in the early 21st century, the statue rises above the city with outstretched arms and serves as a symbol of faith and hope for the local community. The monument is a popular destination for both pilgrims and tourists. Many choose to hike up the steep, winding streets to reach the statue, passing through local neighbourhoods and experiencing daily life in Taxco along the way. Grutas Tolantongo is a canyon complex in Hidalgo, known for its turquoise thermal river, natural caves, and hot spring pools. The main attraction is the warm river, coloured a bright blue-green by mineral salts picked up as water travels through volcanic rock inside the mountain. The river emerges from a cave system, which is the source of the warmth and minerals. Its temperature is naturally regulated by geothermal activity, making it comfortable for swimming even during cold weather. La Gloria waterfall is part of the La Gloria complex, a less developed area within the Tolantongo site. The waterfall is notable for its height and the way it resembles a ponytail as it falls. The pools below the falls are warm and inviting for swimming, and the site is often quieter than the main resort, especially on weekdays. The city of Guanajuato is recognised for its mining history, colonial architecture, and role in the struggle for independence. The area was originally inhabited by the Otomi and Chichimeca peoples, later attracting the Aztecs for its mineral wealth. Mining predates the Spanish conquest, but it was the discovery of abundant silver and gold veins in the 16th century that led to the city's formal founding and rapid growth. By the 18th century, the city had become one of the world's most important silver mining centres, with fortunes from the mines funding elaborate Baroque and Churrigueresque buildings. During the independence movement, it was the site of a great battle led by Miguel Hidalgo in 1810, marking the first major victory for the insurgents. The city's fortunes declined after independence, but revived with tourism and renewed mining. The Basilica de Nuestra Señora de Guanajuato stands at the heart of the city on the Plaza de la Paz. Built in the late 17th century and remodelled after independence, it was funded by wealthy silver barons. The basilica houses a jewel-encrusted statue of the Virgin Mary, said to have been hidden in a Spanish cave for centuries before being gifted to Guanajuato by King Philip II in recognition of the city's silver production. The statue's arrival is celebrated annually with processions. El Pípila is a monumental statue overlooking Guanajuato, honouring Juan José de los Reyes Martínez, a local miner known as El Pípila. Born with physical disabilities and given a nickname referencing his gait, he became a folk hero during the independence struggle. In 1810, he famously strapped a stone to his back for protection and set fire to the wooden door of the Alhóndiga de Granaditas, allowing insurgents to storm the fortress. This act turned the tide of the battle and inspired further rebellion. Throughout the years, the University of Guanajuato has evolved into a major institution with thousands of students and a wide range of academic programs. It began as the Hospice of the Holy Trinity and expanded to include mining, law, arts and sciences. The university's iconic appearance includes the main building and its outstanding white staircase, and neoclassical facade. The Shrine of Christ the King, or Cristo Re del Cubilete, is a massive bronze statue atop the region's highest mountain. The statue stands at the geographic centre of the country and is a major pilgrimage site. Designed by sculptor Phidias Elizondo and architect Nicolaus Mariscal, it depicts Christ with outstretched arms, flanked by angels holding the royal crown of thorns. The original statue was destroyed during the Cristero Wars, and the current one was inaugurated in 1940. Pilgrims often ascend the mountain on foot, or even on their knees as an act of devotion. The pink lakes of Las Coloradas are famous for their vivid pink waters, a phenomenon created by the high concentration of salt and the presence of microorganisms such as red-coloured algae, plankton, and brine shrimp. As the water evaporates under strong sunlight, these organisms become more concentrated, intensifying the pink hue. The colour can range from pale blush to deep fuchsia, depending on the season and weather conditions. The area has a long history of salt production, dating back to the Maya civilization, which recognised the region's flat salt plains as ideal for harvesting salt for food preservation and trade. Ancient Maya cities once controlled the salt trade from this area, shipping it throughout the region using canoes and ancient roadways known as sac biob. Today, Las Coloradas is one of the main salt-producing sites in the region, with large-scale operations continuing alongside the natural spectacle. Real de Catorce is known for its dramatic transformation from a booming silver mining centre to a near-abandoned ghost town, and today an artsy destination with a unique atmosphere and spiritual draw. When the price of silver collapsed in the early 20th century, mining operations ceased, and the population plummeted as residents left in search of work elsewhere. The town's once grand buildings fell into decay, and Real de Catorce became synonymous with abandonment and desolation. Despite this, it was never fully deserted, with a small community remaining. And over time, artists, travellers, and spiritual seekers began to visit. Today, it is a pilgrimage site for both Catholic devotees who visit to honour St. Francis of Assisi and the Huichol people who travel to the surrounding desert of Wirikuta to perform sacred rituals and collect peyote, a cactus central to their spiritual practices. The only way in or out by car is through the Ogario Tunnel, a long, narrow passage that adds to the sense of entering another world. Pueblo Fantasma sits on a hill overlooking Real de Catorce, consisting of the abandoned ruins of what was once a thriving mining settlement. Reaching Pueblo Fantasma involves a hike or horseback ride up the mountainside, offering views of the valley and town below. The ruins include empty stone houses, remnants of processing plants, and the remains of a once busy residential area. The site is largely unmarked, allowing visitors to wander through the crumbling structures and imagine the lives of those who once lived and worked there. The absence of barriers or signage means each visit is unique, with the possibility of discovering new corners and perspectives. Boca de Tomatlan, often called Boca, is a small fishing village located where the Horcones River meets the Pacific Ocean at the southern edge of Bahia de Bandeiras. It is split by the river, with people living on both sides, and is surrounded by mountains and tropical rainforests. The village's history is tied to fishing and marine commerce, with locals relying on the sea and river for their livelihoods long before tourism arrived. It has served as a key point for fishermen and as a launching spot for water taxis known as pangas, which ferry visitors to remote beaches along the coast, as well as the starting point for a scenic coastal hiking trail leading to said beaches. One of these secluded beaches is Colomitos Beach, a small, intimate cove just a short distance from Boca de Tomatlan. It is accessible by a 5-minute water taxi ride or a 30 to 45-minute hike along the coastal trail. The cove is known for its crystal clear emerald waters, gentle waves, and soft sand, making it ideal for swimming, snorkeling, and sunbathing. It is fed by a branch of the Horcones River, and during the rainy season, a small creek adds to the beach's charm. Interestingly, it is sometimes called one of the smallest beaches in the world, with only about 30 yards of soft sand. El Chichon is an active stratovolcano located in the Chiapanecan volcanic arc. The volcano was considered dormant for centuries, with only minor signs of activity reported in the decades before its most famous and catastrophic eruption in 1982, which marked the largest volcanic disaster in modern Mexican history. The 1982 eruption surprised both residents and scientists, producing 3 major explosive events in just over a week. These eruptions destroyed the summit lava dome, created a new crater over a kilometre wide, and formed an acidic crater lake that still exists today. They released vast amounts of sulfur dioxide and ash into the atmosphere, reaching up to 27 kilometres high and spreading ash across the Yucatan Peninsula and as far as the Caribbean. This led to the destruction of 9 villages, around 1,900 casualties, and forced tens of thousands to evacuate. Isla Mujeres is known for its turquoise waters, white sand beaches, and a history that stretches back over 1,000 years. The island's name, meaning Island of Women, comes from the Spanish explorers who arrived in the 16th century and found numerous statues and images of women and the goddess Ixchel, left by the Maya as offerings. Ixchel was the goddess of fertility, medicine, happiness, and the moon. The island was considered a sacred sanctuary, and Mayan women made pilgrimages here as a rite of passage, seeking blessings for fertility and safe childbirth. After the Spanish arrival, it became a hideout for pirates and smugglers. Over time, the island shifted from a sanctuary and pirate refuge to a quiet fishing village and eventually to a popular travel destination. Punta Sur is the southernmost point of Isla Mujeres, serving as the site of the ancient Mayan temple, dedicated to the goddess Ixchel. The temple also functioned as a lighthouse, with torches lighting the way for sailors navigating the Caribbean. It is also known as El Amanecer de Mexico, or the Dawn of Mexico, as it's the first place in the country to receive sunlight each day. Although much of the original structure was damaged by Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, parts of the temple have been rebuilt using original stones. Santiago de Querétaro is known for its pivotal role in national history, its well-preserved colonial centre, and its unique mix of indigenous and Spanish influences. Founded in 1531 through an alliance between the Spanish and Otomi leader Konin, Querétaro quickly became a crossroads for trade and culture, linking mining regions to the north with the capital. The Aqueducto de Querétaro is one of the city's most iconic landmarks and a marvel of 18th century engineering. Constructed between 1726 and 1738, it was designed by Juan Antonio de Urrutia y Arana, the Marquis of Villa del Villar del Águila. The aqueduct was built to address the city's need for clean water, sourcing it from springs nearly 10 kilometres away. It features 74 massive stone arches stretching across the city and forming a picturesque silhouette against the skyline. The construction relied on indigenous Otomi and Chichimeca labourers and was celebrated with the elaborate festivities upon completion. Though it no longer carries water, the aqueduct remains a symbol of the city and a focal point for visitors, who often seek out the best vantage points to admire its arches. The Templo de Santa Rosa de Viterbo is widely regarded as the city's most splendid Baroque church and a masterpiece of 18th century architecture. Completed in 1752 under the direction of Ignacio Mariano de las Casas, the church is renowned for its distinctive exterior, featuring massive curved buttresses, a pagoda-like bell tower, and Mudéjar influences. The church also houses what is said to be the earliest four-sided chiming clock in the Americas, still visible in the bell tower. The former convent attached to the church now serves as the Querétaro Institute of Culture and Arts. Peña de Bernal is known as one of the tallest monoliths in the world, rising sharply above the landscape and dominating the horizon of San Sebastián Bernal. Geologically, the monolith is the exposed core of an ancient volcano. After the volcano became extinct, the softer outer layers eroded over millions of years, leaving behind the solidified magma that forms the monolith seen today. Recent studies suggest it is about 8.7 million years old, not as ancient as once believed. Hence, it is considered a natural wonder and is ranked as the third largest monolith globally. The monolith is also considered sacred by the Otomi Chichimeca people, who believe it is a source of power and energy, especially during the spring and autumn equinox, when rituals and gatherings take place. San Sebastián Bernal, commonly called Bernal, is a small colonial town founded in the 17th century by Spanish settlers to protect the area from attacks by the Chichimeca people. The town's name honours Saint Sebastian, its patron saint, and the Basque origin of Bernal reflects the settlers' backgrounds. Designated as a Pueblo Mágico, its markets, plazas and traditional celebrations, especially the annual festival honouring Saint Sebastian, are major attractions. The Parroquia de San Sebastián Bernal, or Saint Sebastian Martyrs Parish, is the most important church in the town. Every January 20th, the town celebrates its patron saint with processions, music and festivities, drawing both locals and visitors. Isla de Janitzio rises from Lake Pátzcuaro, known for its steep slopes packed with red-roofed homes, winding alleys, and a lively indigenous Purepecha community. Standing at the island's highest point is its most prominent landmark, the towering statue of José María Morelos y Pavón, a key figure in the Mexican War of Independence. The statue commemorates a historic episode when insurgents built a fort on the island and defended it against royalist forces, an event still honoured today. The island can only be reached by boat, with ferries departing regularly from the nearby town of Pátzcuaro. The most significant event on Janitzio is the Day of the Dead, celebrated from the night of November 1st to November 2nd. This festival draws thousands of visitors and is considered one of the most authentic and moving Day of the Dead celebrations in the country. Preparations begin days in advance, with families creating elaborate altars decorated with marigolds, candles, sugar skulls, and offerings of food and drink for their deceased loved ones. On the night of November 1st, candle-lit boats cross the lake, carrying families and musicians to the island. The butterfly fishermen perform a ritual dance with their nets, which are believed to help guide the souls of the dead to the cemetery. Families hold vigils at grave sites, sharing stories, singing, and offering favourite foods of the departed. A central part of the Day of the Dead offerings is pan de muerto, or bread of the dead. This sweet round bread is decorated with dough shaped to resemble bones and a skull, symbolising the cycle of life and death. Pan de muerto is placed on altars as an offering to the spirits, and is also shared among the living during the festival. Its origins trace back to pre-Hispanic rituals, evolving over centuries into the form enjoyed today. On Janitzio, pan de muerto is often accompanied by other local foods such as tamales, trout, and tiny whitefish called charalitos, all served as part of the communal feast honouring the dead. Sumidero Canyon is a dramatic natural gorge known for its towering vertical walls that reach up to 1 kilometre high. The name Sumidero comes from the Spanish word for drain, or sinkhole, referencing the canyon's deep, narrow passage and the way the river disappears into its depths. The canyon's formation began about 35 million years ago, making it as old as the Grand Canyon. It was created by a combination of tectonic faults and the persistent erosion of the Grijalva River, which still flows through the canyon today. The canyon is also known for its unique microclimates, such as the variation in sunlight, heat and runoff along the cliffs that support a wide range of plants and animals. Teotihuacan is one of the most significant ancient cities in the Americas, known for its monumental pyramids, mysterious origins, and influence across Mesoamerica. The name Teotihuacan was given by the Aztecs centuries after the city was abandoned and translates as place where gods were born, reflecting the belief that this was the site of creation in Nahua mythology. Founded around 100 BCE, Teotihuacan grew into the largest city in the Americas during its peak, with a population that may have reached over 100,000. Its urban plan was meticulously designed, featuring the Avenue of the Dead, multi-family residential compounds, and vast ceremonial complexes. The city's layout and monumental architecture, including the distinctive talud tablero style, influenced later cultures throughout Mesoamerica. The Pyramid of the Sun is the largest structure in Teotihuacan and one of the largest pyramids in the world. Built around 200 CE, it dominates the east side of the Avenue of the Dead and was constructed in two main phases, reaching a height of over 65 metres. The pyramid was built over a sacred cave, which archaeologists believe was a place of emergence or creation, aligning with Mesoamerican myths about humanity's origins. The cave beneath the pyramid features a cloverleaf-shaped chamber, likely used for fire and water rituals, and may have influenced the pyramid's placement and orientation. The structure was not built by slaves, but by skilled labourers and artisans, and it served as a focal point for religious ceremonies and possibly astronomical observations. Excavations have revealed tunnels, artifacts and offerings, but the identity of the deity or deities venerated here remains uncertain. The Pyramid of the Moon is the second largest pyramid at Teotihuacan, located at the northern end of the Avenue of the Dead. Its construction began before the Pyramid of the Sun and was completed around 250 CE, with multiple building phases layered atop one another. The pyramid mimics the shape of Cerro Gordo, the mountain just to the north. The Pyramid of the Moon served as a stage for public rituals, including human and animal sacrifices, which were performed to legitimize rulers and mark new construction phases. The top platform of the pyramid was used for ceremonies dedicated to the great goddess of Teotihuacan, associated with water, fertility, and creation. The Plaza of the Moon, directly in front of the pyramid, was the setting for large public gatherings, processions, and possibly the ball game, as depicted in murals from the city. San Miguel de Allende is characterized by its colonial architecture, lively art scene, and significance in the early fight for independence. The town's name honors both the Franciscan friar Juan de San Miguel, who founded the original settlement in the 16th century, and Ignacio Allende, a local hero and martyr of the independence movement. The town's strategic location, along the old silver route between Zacatecas and Mexico City, made it a key stop for trade and transport in colonial times. This prosperity led to the construction of grand mansions and churches, many of which still stand today. San Miguel became a centre for textile manufacturing and silver trade, and by the mid-18th century, it was wealthier than many major cities in North America. It is the birthplace of Ignacio Allende and Juan Aldama, both key conspirators in the 1810 uprising against colonial rule. The town was the first to declare independence from Spain after Miguel Hidalgo's call to arms, making it a landmark in the struggle for national sovereignty. The Parroquia de San Miguel Arcángel is the town's most iconic landmark, featuring a neo-Gothic pink limestone facade. The original parish church was built shortly after the town's founding in 1542, but the current structure evolved over centuries, with major reconstructions in the 17th and 18th centuries. It was designed in the late 19th century by local indigenous mason Zeferino Gutierrez, who drew inspiration from European cathedrals using engravings and postcards as references. The facade is adorned with twin towers, gargoyles, and intricate stonework that give it a unique silhouette, especially when illuminated at night. A notable tradition associated with the parroquia is the annual festival in March honouring the Lord of the Conquest, represented by a revered statue made from orchid bulbs and cornstalks. Cabo San Lucas, often called simply Cabo, sits at the southern tip of the Baja California Peninsula, where the Pacific Ocean meets the Sea of Cortez. The area's original name, Yenecamu, comes from the Pericu people, who lived here for thousands of years but are now extinct. Its current Spanish name was given by explorers in the 16th century, with Cabo meaning Cape and San Lucas, honouring St. Luke, the patron saint of sailors and doctors. In the 20th century, Cabo remained a small fishing village until the arrival of tuna canneries, and later, the development of tourism infrastructure. The completion of the Trans-Peninsula Highway in the 1970s opened the area to large-scale tourism, transforming Cabo into a major travel destination known for its beaches, sport fishing, and nightlife. Today, Cabo's famous for its deep-sea fishing tournaments, whale watching in winter, and a wide range of activities from golf and scuba diving to luxury resorts and fine dining. Medano Beach, or Playa El Medano, is the main swimming beach in Cabo San Lucas, and the centre of daytime activity. Stretching from the harbour to Villa del Palmar, Medano Beach is known for its soft white sand and lively atmosphere. Unlike many beaches in the region, Medano Beach is safe for swimming and offers a hub for water sports, including jet skiing, kayaking, paddleboarding, and parasailing. The beachfront is lined with hotels, restaurants, and bars, making it the social heart of Cabo. Vendors walk the sand selling everything from jewellery to snacks, while beachgoers enjoy volleyball, sunbathing, and people watching. The beach is also the launching point for water taxis and tours to nearby attractions, including El Arco. El Arco, or the Arch, is the iconic natural rock formation at Land's End, where the Baja Peninsula meets the ocean. Formed over millions of years by wind and tidal erosion, El Arco is made of granite that once formed part of the continental crust before the Sea of Cortez existed. Local legend attributes its creation to the Aztec wind god Ehecatl, but science points to geological forces as the true sculptors. The waters around it were once infested with buccaneers, and the arch was known as Finisterre, the end of the known world for Spanish sailors. For the Pericu people, the arch and its surroundings had spiritual significance, believed to be a bridge to the afterlife. Today, El Arco is accessible only by boat, with tours departing from Medano Beach and the marina. Cholula is known as one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in North America, with a history reaching back at least to the 5th century BCE. Its importance was rooted in its strategic location and its role as a sacred site. At its peak, it was said to have hundreds of temples and a population rivaling the greatest cities of the region. The Great Pyramid of Cholula, known in Nahuatl as Tlachihualtepetl, or Handmade Mountain, is the largest pyramid in the world by volume, surpassing even the Great Pyramid of Giza. Construction began around the 3rd century BCE and continued for centuries, with each new culture adding layers and expanding the structure. The pyramid was originally dedicated to Quetzalcoatl and later associated with a rain goddess whose name meant 9 rain. At its peak, the pyramid was the heart of a vast ceremonial centre, drawing pilgrims from across Mesoamerica. The pyramid was abandoned as a temple in the 8th century, but retained its sacred status, even as foliage covered it, and it appeared as a hill by the time the Spanish arrived. Today, the pyramid is a major archaeological site and tourist attraction, with tunnels excavated into its interior for visitors to explore. Atop the Great Pyramid stands the Iglesia de Nuestra Señora de los Remedios, built by the Spanish between 1574 and 1575. The church was constructed as a symbol of conquest and evangelization, directly over the sacred indigenous site. It is known for its neoclassical altar, 24-carat gilded panels, and panoramic views of the Puebla Valley from its atrium. On September 8th, thousands gather to honour the Virgin, staying overnight with lanterns to greet her at dawn. Another major event is the Bajada, when the image of the Virgin is brought down to visit neighbourhoods in May and June. Interestingly, the church has been struck by lightning several times, which locals once attributed to the lingering power of the old rain goddess. Cascada de Tamul is the tallest waterfall in the Huasteca Potosina region, famous for its turquoise waters and impressive drop into the Tampuan River. Its name comes from the Huastec people, who have lived in this region for centuries and whose language and culture still influence local place names. The waterfall is formed where the Galinas and Santa Maria rivers meet, creating a wide curtain of water that plunges into a canyon surrounded by dense forest. Historically, the area has been shaped by the Huastec civilization, which thrived here long before the arrival of the Spanish. One of the unusual aspects of Cascada de Tamul is that it cannot be accessed by simply parking and walking up. With motorboats not allowed, visitors must either paddle a wooden boat, called a lancha or panga, upstream for nearly an hour, or hike a rugged trail to reach the base of the falls. Cozumel is an island in the Caribbean Sea, renowned for its coral reefs, clear waters, and status as a top diving destination. The island has a long history, first settled by the Maya as a sacred site dedicated to Ixchel, the goddess of fertility and the moon. Mayan women were required to make pilgrimages to Cozumel to honour Ixchel, leaving offerings and participating in rituals. The island's population was later decimated by smallpox brought by the Spanish, and later it became a hideout for pirates, including Henry Morgan and Jean Lafitte. In the 19th century, refugees from regional conflicts resettled the island, and by the 20th century, Cozumel had developed into a fishing and trading hub. A turning point came when Jacques Cousteau visited in the 1960s and declared Cozumel's reefs among the most beautiful in the world, sparking global interest in diving here. San Miguel de Cozumel is the island's main town and commercial centre, home to the majority of the population. The town serves as the arrival point for most visitors, with ferry and cruise ship terminals, and offers a safe, walkable environment with a mix of local markets, restaurants, shops, and family-run businesses. Playa Chenrío is a public beach on Cozumel's east coast, known for its natural pools formed by rocks, soft white sand, and clear waters. Unlike the busy hotel zone beaches, Chenrío offers a peaceful setting, gentle waves, and a safe environment for families. The area is popular for swimming, relaxing, and enjoying fresh seafood at local beachside restaurants. Cozumel is considered one of the world's premier scuba diving destinations, attracting divers with its crystal clear waters, year-round warm temperatures, and colourful coral reefs. The island offers drift diving along underwater walls, caves and caverns, with visibility often exceeding 30 metres. The coral reefs are part of the Mesoamerican Barrier Reef System and are protected as part of the Parque Nacional Arrecifes de Cozumel. As part of a protected national park, the local dive operators also offer instruction and excursions for all skill levels. San Cristobal de las Casas is a highland city known for its colonial architecture, indigenous traditions, and role as a cultural capital in the region of Chiapas. The city sits in a valley surrounded by mountains and has long been a crossroads for Tzotzil and Tzeltal Maya communities. Founded in 1528 as Villa Real de Chiapa by Spanish conquistador Diego de Mazariegos, the city was eventually renamed San Cristobal de las Casas in honor of Bartolomé de las Casas, a Dominican friar and early advocate for indigenous rights. The city was a colonial stronghold, serving as the capital of Chiapas for centuries and a centre for religious and political power. Its markets and plazas remain gathering points for local Maya communities who come to trade goods and maintain their traditions. In fact, the city is also a centre for traditional textiles, with techniques and patterns passed down through generations of Maya women. Textiles are typically hand-woven on backstrap looms, a method where the weaver uses her own body to control the tension of the threads. This portable loom allows for intricate designs and is central to the cultural and economic life of indigenous communities. The textiles are known for their bright natural dyes and symbolic motifs, with common patterns including diamonds representing the earth, zigzags for water and lightning, and circles for the sun. Each community has its own distinctive style, and embroidery often includes flowers, birds, and geometric shapes, with some designs indicating the wearer's village of origin. Izamal is known as the Yellow City for its vivid yellow-painted buildings and as the City of Three Cultures, reflecting its continuous mix of pre-Hispanic, colonial, and modern traditions. The name comes from the Maya god Itzamna, or the priest Zamna, meaning dew that descends from the sky. Founded in the late formative period, Izamal became a major Maya religious and political centre. It was famous for its monumental pyramids and its role as a pilgrimage site, rivaled only by Chichen Itza in importance during the pre-Hispanic era. The Convento de San Antonio de Padua is Izamal's most famous building, constructed by Franciscan friars in the 16th century atop the ruins of the Maya Pap-Holchak pyramid. Completed in 1561, the convent features a vast arcaded atrium, one of the largest in the world, and is painted in the town's signature, yellow and white. Stones from the original Maya temple were used in its construction, and some can still be seen in the convent's walls, bearing Maya designs. The Piramide Kinich-Kakmu is the largest and oldest of Izamal's pyramids, dedicated to the Maya sun god, whose name means fire Makar with the sun face. Built between 400 and 600 CE, the pyramid was a major centre for sun worship and ritual offerings, with legends describing the sun god descending in the form of a Makor to collect offerings. The pyramid's massive base covers a large area, and the structure rises in multiple levels, originally decorated with bright stucco. Unlike many other ancient structures in the region, Kinich-Kakmu was not completely dismantled by the Spanish, likely due to its size. Dunas de la Soledad is a vast expanse of golden sand dunes located just north of Guerrero Negro, where the desert meets the Pacific Ocean. The area's unique beauty is shaped by constant winds from the Gulf of California, which have sculpted the dunes into ever-changing forms over thousands of years. The dunes themselves are ecologically important as they act as natural barriers, protect the coastline from storms and flooding, and serve as habitats for specialised plants and animals. Their sand is exceptionally soft, making walking a challenge, especially in the centre of the dunes, where the terrain can feel like walking on talcum powder. Founded in the 16th century, after several relocations, Guadalajara became the capital of the Kingdom of Nueva Galicia and grew through trade, agriculture, and industry. The city was important in the Mexican War of Independence, serving as the first seat of a revolutionary government under Miguel Hidalgo. Guadalajara has survived epidemics, earthquakes and wars, but flourishes as a centre for the arts, education and innovation. It is the birthplace of mariachi music and the jarabe tapatio, both of which are recognised symbols of national culture. The city is also noted for its architecture, with a historic centre featuring plazas, colonial-era buildings, and landmarks that reflect centuries of history and artistic achievement. The Catedral Basílica de la Asunción de María Santísima is the city's most important religious building. Construction began in the 16th century and was completed in the early 17th century, with later additions including its distinctive neo-Gothic spires. The cathedral is dedicated to the Assumption of Mary and serves as the seat of the Archdiocese of Guadalajara. Its architecture combines Renaissance, Neo-Gothic and Baroque elements with a basilica plan, 3 naves and a marble and silver altar. The cathedral houses important religious art, including works by Cristobal de Villalpando and Bartolomé Esteban Murillo. The Jarabe Tapatio, often called the Mexican hat dance, is the national dance and a symbol of Guadalajara's cultural identity. Originating in the city, the dance incorporates indigenous and Spanish influences and was once banned by colonial authorities for its perceived rebellious and suggestive character. The dance is performed to a melody composed by Jesus González Rubio and features courtship movements, with dancers wearing traditional charro suits and China poblana dresses. Hospicio Cabañas is a neoclassical complex built in the early 19th century to provide care for orphans, the elderly, and the disabled. Designed by Manuel Tolsa, the building is noted for its harmonious proportions, single-storey layout, and series of courtyards that promote light and air for healing. The site is now a museum and cultural centre, famous for its monumental frescoes by José Clemente Orozco, including The Man of Fire. Plaza de Toros, Nuevo Progreso is the city's main bullring, inaugurated in the 1960s and used for bullfighting, concerts and wrestling events. The arena seats over 16,000 people and is known for its modernist architecture and role as a venue for major cultural and sporting events. The Templo Expiatorio del Santísimo Sacramento is considered Mexico's greatest neo-Gothic church. Construction began in the late 19th century and took 75 years to complete. The church features intricate stonework, stained glass from France, and a German clock with a carillon that plays both religious and popular music, including the song Guadalajara. The campanile includes rotating statues of the apostles, and the doors are adorned with bronze reliefs. Mariachi music, with its roots in the countryside of western Mexico, became firmly centered in Guadalajara. The ensemble features violins, trumpets, guitars, vihuela, and guitarrón, with musicians in charro outfits. Mariachi is performed at festivals, religious events, and family celebrations, and has been recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage. The city hosts the International Mariachi Festival, drawing performers from around the world. Valle de Bravo is recognised for its lake, dynamic aerial sports scene, and colonial architecture. The lake, formed by a dam project in the 20th century, is the centrepiece of the town and draws visitors for boating, sailing, kayaking, and swimming. Paragliding and hang gliding are major attractions, with the area considered one of the top destinations for these sports due to favourable weather and scenic views. The town regularly hosts international paragliding competitions, such as the Monarca Paragliding Open. El Chiflón is known for a series of 5 waterfalls along the San Vicente River, each with a distinct appearance and name: El Suspiro, Ala de Ángel, Arcoiris, Quinceañera, and the most prominent, Velo de Novia. The falls are recognised for the unique whistling sound produced as air passes through the rushing water, a feature that inspired the name El Chiflón, meaning the whistle, or the draft in Spanish. The area also includes jungle trails, viewpoints, and opportunities for swimming in designated pools where the current is safe. This sets it up for ecotourism, with cabins, camping areas, restaurants, and craft shops available for visitors. Velo de Novia, or Bridal Veil, is the largest and most impressive of the El Chiflón waterfalls. It gets its name from the way the water fans out as it falls, resembling a bride's veil. Visitors cannot swim directly at the base of this waterfall due to the strength of the current, but there are viewpoints that allow people to get close enough to feel the spray. The resort city of Puerto Vallarta is known for its beaches, lively nightlife, and historic town centre. Before Spanish colonisation, the region was inhabited by the indigenous Huichol people, who left behind petroglyphs in the surrounding countryside. It then turned into a fishing village and later became a port for shipping agricultural products and minerals. The city gained international attention in the 1960s when it was the filming location for The Night of the Iguana, starring Richard Burton. The 1970s TV show The Love Boat often featured Puerto Vallarta as a cruise stop, further raising its profile and contributing to its transformation into a major tourist destination. Today, the city offers a variety of accommodations, from luxury resorts to budget inns, and a wide range of dining options. Los Muertos Beach Pier is a landmark on the city's most popular beach, located in the Romantic Zone, as it features a central metal sail. The pier, completed in 2013, replaced an older structure that appeared in The Night of the Iguana. It serves as a departure point for water taxis to nearby beaches and coves, making it a hub for exploring the bay. The area around the pier is known for its food vendors, musicians, and beach clubs, including those catering to the LGBTQ+ community. The Church of Our Lady of Guadalupe is a central landmark, built between 1930 and 1940 on the site of an earlier chapel. Its neoclassical architecture is topped by a crown inspired by European Baroque temples. However, the crown has been replaced and restored several times due to weather and earthquake damage. Jorullo Bridge is a long suspension bridge spanning the Kwale River, located outside the city. It was built by local farmers and engineers, taking about a year and a half to complete. The bridge is designed for ATV tours, but is also open to pedestrians. Tulum ruins are known for their location on cliffs overlooking the Caribbean Sea and for being one of the few walled cities built by the Maya. The site was both a trading hub and a ceremonial centre, with access to land and sea routes that made it important for the exchange of goods like jade and obsidian. It flourished as a port city between the 13th and 15th centuries and continued to be inhabited for decades after the arrival of the Spanish, before being abandoned due to disease and conquest. The city was described by early Spanish explorers as being painted in red, blue and yellow, with ceremonial fires burning atop its towers. Tulum was also a religious centre, with evidence of ongoing Maya rituals at the site, even after its decline. Mayan blue cenote, also known as Cenote Escondido, is part of the Oxbelhar cave system, the world's longest underwater cave network. The cave system was discovered and mapped by cave divers, revealing a network of over 160 cenotes connected by underground rivers. Tulum Beach is accessible from the ruins, making it one of the few places where visitors can swim directly below ancient structures. It was historically a landing spot for Maya trading canoes, with a break in the reef marked by the Castillo's beacon. The sand is among the whitest in the world, according to independent studies. Cenote Corazón del Paraíso is a heart-shaped open cenote located a few miles from Tulum. The name means Heart of Paradise, reflecting its distinctive shape, which is visible from above and highlighted by platforms and decorations on site. The cenote is partly natural and partly enhanced by a man-made platform. Historically, it was used for ceremonies and is still considered a sacred place by locals. Cancun is recognised for its transformation into a major international tourism destination. The area is famous for its hotel zone, a long strip lined with resorts, restaurants and nightlife, as well as its proximity to coral reefs and Mayan archaeological sites. Its beaches are made mostly from crushed coral, much of it produced by parrotfish, which gives the sand its unique softness and coolness underfoot. The city draws millions of visitors each year for sunbathing, water sports, dining and entertainment. Playa Delfines, or Dolphin Beach, is one of the most famous public beaches in Cancun. Unlike most beaches in the hotel zone, Playa Delfines has no hotels directly on its shore, giving it a more open and less commercialised feel. The beach is famous for the colourful Cancun sign at El Mirador, a favourite photo spot for visitors. It is also free to access, with amenities such as palapas, which are thatched shade structures, restrooms and free parking. The Punta Cancun Lighthouse is a red and white striped tower located at the northern tip of the hotel zone. It is a fully functional lighthouse and a lesser-known landmark among tourists, but a favourite gathering spot for locals since it offers great views of the Caribbean Sea at sunset. The lighthouse is accessible by a walk along the beach and over rocks, although it is not open for climbing. Paricutin is known as one of the youngest volcanoes on Earth, and for its surprising emergence in 1943 from a cornfield in Michoacán. The volcano is a cinder cone, a type of volcano formed by the accumulation of ash, lava fragments, and volcanic bombs ejected during eruptions. Its sudden appearance was witnessed by a local farmer, Dionisio Pulido, who saw the ground crack open and release ash and steam while preparing his land. The event destroyed and buried 2 villages, one of the same name, and San Juan Parangaricutiro, forcing thousands to evacuate. No casualties were directly caused by the eruption, though 3 people were struck by lightning generated by the volcanic activity. However, the eruption provided scientists with the first opportunity to observe the full life cycle of a volcano, from birth to dormancy, greatly advancing the understanding of volcanic processes. The old church of San Juan Parangaricutiro is the most iconic remnant of the village, destroyed by Paricutin's eruption. The church, built in the early 18th century, is partially buried in hardened lava, with its bell tower and altar still visible above the black rock. The lava reached the church about a year after the eruption began, flowing over the cemetery walls and engulfing the town, but leaving the main structure of the church standing. The church is sometimes called the Lava Church, or Lord of Miracles, as locals consider its survival a miracle. The city of Uruapan is known as the world capital of avocado, sitting at the western edge of the Purepecha highlands. It is a major centre for avocado production, with much of the crop distributed nationally and internationally. Founded in the early 16th century by Fray Juan de San Miguel, the city became an important economic and cultural hub due to its strategic location between the highlands and the Tierra Caliente region. It played significant roles in the War of Independence and was even the capital of its state during the French intervention. Uruapan's colonial centre features architecture with plateresque and Moorish elements, and the city is divided into historic neighbourhoods, each with its own chapel and traditions. The area's volcanic soil, consistent rainfall, and mountainous topography create ideal conditions for avocado trees to produce fruit throughout the year. Most avocado farms are family-run, with the majority owning small plots of land. The fruit is harvested by hand using long poles, and the process is highly regulated to meet strict export standards. The industry has brought significant economic and social benefits to the region, creating thousands of jobs and supporting local education initiatives. The presence of natural rivers provides irrigation, and the shade from avocado trees helps retain moisture and prevent soil erosion. Uruapan's avocados are exported worldwide, especially to the United States, and the city's annual Avocado Festival celebrates this agricultural success with contests, tastings, and cultural events. Guacamole made from Uruapan avocados is celebrated for its creamy texture and great flavour, thanks to the region's unique growing conditions. The dish is an avocado-based dip, spread, or salad first developed in Mexico. It is a staple at local festivals and family gatherings, often prepared with fresh avocados, lime, onion, chili, and other local ingredients. Local guacamole is usually paired with uchepos and tortillas, or served as a topping for regional specialties. During the Avocado Festival, guacamole competitions showcase creative recipes, and massive batches are prepared for visitors to sample. Some festivals in Uruapan have set records for the largest guacamole servings, using thousands of avocados from local farms. Hierve el Agua is known for its petrified waterfalls, large white rock formations that look like cascading water but are created by mineral deposits from natural springs. The site features two main formations called Cascada Chica, which means small waterfall, and Cascada Grande, which means large waterfall. The name Hierve el Agua translates to the water boils, which comes from the bubbling action of the springs. Although they are not actually hot, they appear to boil as water pushes up through the limestone and emerges at the surface. The water is heavily carbonated and cool, not thermal, but the bubbling effect gives the illusion of boiling. Some of the springs feed turquoise-green pools near the cliff edge, where the mineral concentration colours the water and allows for swimming. Tlacotalpan is known for its colourful colonial architecture, well-preserved urban layout, and its role as a historic river port on the Papaloapan River. The town is often called the Pearl of the Papaloapan and stands out for its checkerboard street plan, arcaded houses, and bright facades. Its architecture mixes Spanish and Caribbean influences, with 1- and 2-storey homes featuring red tile roofs, interior courtyards, and colonnaded walkways. The town's layout, dating back to the 17th century, is divided into a larger Spanish section and a smaller native section, separated by public spaces and commercial buildings. Its name is a Spanish adaptation of the Nahuatl word that means land between the waters, a reference to its original location on an island in the Papaloapan River. Over time, the river's course changed, and the island became connected to the mainland. Oaxaca de Juarez is known for its indigenous cultures, historic centre, and renowned food scene. The city is a centre for Zapotec and Mixtec traditions, with a history that stretches back to ancient settlements in the surrounding valleys. Its historic centre features colonial Spanish architecture, museums, markets, and a busy cultural calendar. This includes the month-long Guelaguetza festival, which showcases regional dance and music. "16 different ethnic groups continue to live in the municipality, maintaining languages and traditions despite centuries of change. The Templo de Santo Domingo de Guzman is a landmark of Baroque architecture in Oaxaca City. The site was originally granted to the Dominican order, which built the church on land donated by the city. Construction began in the late 16th century, and the church and its attached convent were completed over several decades. The complex includes the church, the former convent, which served as a university where theology and philosophy were taught, and the ethnobotanical garden. Over the decades, it has been used as a military warehouse and barracks, and was closed to religious services during periods of political upheaval. Today, the convent serves as the Regional Museum of Oaxaca, housing artefacts from Tomb 7 of Monte Alban, one of the most important Mixtec archaeological finds. Tortillas are a staple of Oaxacan cuisine, as the city is renowned for being its birthplace. The earliest traces of tortilla making have been found in the valleys of Oaxaca, dating back to at least 500 BCE. Traditionally made from maize, their preparation involves nixtamalization, a process that enhances nutritional value. The process of making tortillas is often a communal activity, especially among women, who gather to grind maize and make masa. The tlayuda, a large, crispy tortilla, is unique to Oaxaca and forms the base for a signature local dish. Tacos and burritos are everyday foods in Oaxaca, made with fresh corn or wheat tortillas. Tacos are filled with a range of ingredients, from slow-roasted pork to thinly cured beef, and are available at markets, street stands, and restaurants. Toppings for tacos can include grilled cactus, fried onions, and spicy salsas, allowing for personal customization. Burritos, though more common in northern regions, can be found in the city as well, often filled with local ingredients and wrapped in wheat tortillas. Maruata Beach is defined by its dramatic rock formations, golden sands and clear waters. The coastline is divided into 3 distinct beaches, each with its own atmosphere and character. The eastern beach is the longest, offering calm waves ideal for swimming and snorkeling. The middle section, marked by climbable rocks and caves, is famous for a pointed rock formation rising from the sea. The westernmost beach is known for its powerful currents and waves, making it hazardous for swimming, but popular among experienced surfers and those seeking secluded spots. The town is a Nahua fishing village that has resisted large-scale tourist development, preserving its rustic, locally run character and focusing on ecotourism. Puerto Escondido is a port town and tourist centre on the Pacific coast. Originally, the area was used intermittently as a port to ship coffee, but had no permanent settlement due to the lack of potable water. Only in the 20th century did it develop into a fishing village, and later, with improved infrastructure and the construction of highways, it became a popular destination for surfers, backpackers and families. The town's growth was slow, limited by geography and resources, but it eventually became the main tourist hub on the Oaxacan coast, offering a more down-to-earth experience compared to larger, more commercial resorts. Zicatela Beach is the most famous beach in Puerto Escondido, known worldwide for its powerful waves and surfing competitions. It stretches for several kilometres and is the main site for international surf events, including the Mexican Pipeline Competition, which draws top surfers each year. The waves here can reach extreme heights, making it one of the most challenging surf spots globally. Surfing is central to Puerto Escondido's identity. The town is recognised as one of the world's top surf destinations, with conditions suitable for all skill levels. Zicatela is famous for its advanced and professional level waves, while other nearby beaches offer gentler waves for beginners and intermediates. Surf schools and board rentals are widely available, and the surf season peaks from spring to autumn, with the biggest swells arriving between May and October. The surf culture influences the local economy, with many businesses catering to surfers and surf tourists. Tequila is recognised worldwide as the birthplace of the spirit that shares its name, sitting at the foot of Tequila Volcano. Long before distillation, local people made a fermented drink from agave hearts. The Spanish introduced distillation, transforming the beverage into what is now known as tequila. The first large-scale distillery was established in the early 1600s, and the Cuervo family received the first official license to produce tequila commercially. The town is surrounded by fields of blue agave, the plant used to produce tequila. These fields, filled with rows of blue agave, are essential to the production of tequila and have shaped the landscape for centuries. The process of growing and harvesting agave is labour-intensive and relies on traditional skills passed down through generations. The jimador, or harvester, uses a sharp tool called a koa to trim the plant and extract its heart, which is the only part used for tequila production. Since it takes years for an agave plant to mature before it can be harvested, the process is so specialised that each distillery often maintains its own fields and employs skilled jimadors. Rincón de Guayabitos is a coastal town and resort area known for its family-friendly atmosphere. The name means corner of the small guava trees, referencing the guava trees that once grew in the area. Guayabitos is often called the largest natural swimming pool in the world due to its long, shallow bay with gentle waves, making it ideal for swimming and water activities. The town developed as a planned resort in the 1970s, aiming to provide an accessible vacation spot for families and middle-class travellers. Coral Island is a small island just off the coast of Rincón de Guayabitos and is one of the area's main attractions. The island is known for its white sand beaches, clear waters, and coral reefs, making it a favourite for snorkeling diving and birdwatching. The island is protected, with certain areas restricted to minimise environmental impact, and removing sand or coral is strictly forbidden. Parque Nacional, Lagunas de Montebello, is known for its remarkable collection of 59 lakes, each displaying different colours due to varying mineral content. These lakes, surrounded by pine and oak forests, are set on a high plateau near the border with Guatemala. The lake's colours range from emerald and teal to deep green, purple, and even reddish black. This is caused by the unique mineral composition in each body of water and the surrounding foliage. The park was the first national park established in Chiapas and later gained recognition as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve and Ramsar wetland site, highlighting its ecological importance. The ecosystems in the park include coniferous and cloud forests, supporting a range of wildlife such as 277 bird species, 65 mammals, and 35 reptiles. San Jose del Pacifico is a small mountain village known for its high elevation, misty forests, and reputation as a destination for introspection and alternative wellness. Located along the mountain highway between Oaxaca City and the Pacific coast, it serves as a midpoint for travelers moving between the cultural capital and the beach towns. The town has a long-standing connection to indigenous Zapotec and Mixtec communities, with traditional practices and a deep respect for the surrounding natural environment. Historically, it was a quiet settlement, with only a handful of homes and limited access, relying on donkeys and horses for transportation. Its transformation began after a major solar eclipse in 1970 brought global attention to the area. Many accommodations and restaurants are mushroom-themed, reflecting the town's unique identity regarding magic mushrooms. This is because it is widely known for the traditional use of psilocybin mushrooms, often called magic mushrooms. These mushrooms have been used for centuries by indigenous communities in spiritual ceremonies known as veladas, led by shamans to purify, heal, and connect with the sacred. The town's reputation as a magic mushroom capital grew in the 1960s and 1970s, and the mushrooms are still openly sold and consumed today. San Jose del Pacifico is set within the Sierra Madre del Sur, a major mountain range stretching across southern Mexico. The range is known for its impressive peaks, deep valleys, and ecological richness, with pine oak forests at higher elevations and tropical forests lower down. It has long been inhabited by indigenous groups such as the Mixtec and Zapotec, whose traditions and crafts continue to shape the region's identity. The city of Puebla sits in a fertile valley between mountain ranges and was established as a planned Spanish settlement in the 16th century. Its urban design follows a Renaissance grid pattern, with wide streets and a central plaza, the Zócalo, considered a landmark of colonial urban planning. Its name comes from its original title, Puebla de los Ángeles, inspired by a legend in which angels marked out the city's layout for its founders. This story led to the city's nickname, Angelopolis, or City of Angels. The city's strategic location and favourable climate allowed it to prosper, becoming the second most important city in New Spain. It is often said to have nearly 365 churches, symbolising one for each day of the year, though the exact number varies. The Catedral de Puebla, officially the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Immaculate Conception, is an iconic cathedral with two of the tallest towers in Mexico. The cathedral is known for its combination of Renaissance, Herrerian, Baroque, and neoclassical architectural styles. Its two towers, each rising to 70 metres, were the tallest in the Americas at the time of their completion. The Sea of Cortez, also known as the Gulf of California, is a narrow sea that separates the Baja California Peninsula from the mainland. The sea is often called the world's aquarium, due to supporting nearly 900 species of fish, thousands of invertebrates, and the widest variety of whales and dolphins found anywhere on Earth. This is because its unique combination of temperate and tropical waters creates ideal conditions for an exceptional range of marine life. The area is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and is considered one of the most biologically productive seas on the planet. Isla Espiritu Santo is an uninhabited island off the coast near La Paz, recognised for its volcanic cliffs, pristine beaches and bays. It is home to 98 bird species, numerous reptiles and a wealth of marine life, including coral reefs and tropical fish. Historically, the island was important to the Parakou people, who left behind archaeological remains such as cave paintings and shell middens. In the 20th century, the island was saved from major development by conservationists, ensuring its current status as a protected reserve. The sea is famous for its populations of giant manta rays and mobula rays. These rays are filter feeders, consuming plankton, krill, and small fish by swimming with their mouths open. They are harmless to humans and are a highlight for divers and snorkelers. Grey whales are seasonal visitors to the Sea of Cortez, famous for their long migrations between Arctic feeding grounds and warm lagoons in the south. They are known for their friendly and curious behaviour, often approaching boats and allowing human interaction. Historically called devilfish, due to their fierce defence when hunted, grey whales are now a symbol of successful conservation. Isla San Jose is one of the larger islands in the Sea of Cortez, featuring a mix of arid landscapes, rugged mountains, and long sandy beaches. It is less visited than others, making it a peaceful destination for kayaking, hiking and snorkeling. A largely uninhabited island, the beaches are ideal for camping and wildlife observation, and the surrounding waters are home to dolphins, rays, and whales. The Sea of Cortez supports large colonies of California sea lions, especially at Los Islotes near Isla Espiritu Santo. Sea lions are social animals, forming large groups on rocky outcrops and beaches. Juveniles are particularly playful, often engaging with snorkelers and divers by swimming, twirling, and even tugging at gear. Monterey is recognised for its industrial strength, modern skyline, and stunning mountain surroundings. Before its foundation, the area was inhabited by indigenous groups such as the Azalapas, Huachichiles, Coahuiltecos, and Barados, as evidenced by stone carvings and cave paintings in the region. Hence, its establishment was a challenge for early Spanish settlers, with several failed attempts due to resistance from native groups. The successful founding took place in 1596, led by Diego de Montemayor, who established the city near a water spring. Cerro del Obispado, or Bishopric Hill, is a prominent landmark in Monterey, named after the Bishopric Palace, built on its slope in the late 18th century. The site played key defensive roles during the Spanish colonial period and the Mexican-American War. The palace itself was constructed to serve as the seat of religious authority in the province, and later became the regional museum of Nuevo León, housing artifacts from the colonial and Porfirian eras. Cerro de la Silla, or Saddle Hill, is Monterey's most iconic natural monument. The mountain's name comes from its distinctive saddle-like shape, which is visible from much of the city. The mountain is a popular destination for hiking and outdoor adventure. Trails of varying difficulty lead to different peaks and viewpoints, such as Pico Norte and the cable car platform. Along the way, hikers encounter features like the Table of the Ten Commandments and the ruins of an old cable car project. It often appears in local art and serves as a backdrop for city events. It is part of the Sierra Madre Oriental foothills and spans several municipalities, including Monterrey, Guadalupe, and Juarez. The Tehuacan-Cuicatlan Biosphere Reserve covers a vast area of dry mountainous terrain in the states of Puebla and Oaxaca. The reserve features dramatic canyons, valleys, and some of the densest forests of large columnar cacti in the world. In fact, it is a global centre for the diversification of cacti, with 28 genera and 86 species, 21 of which are found nowhere else. The area is a hotspot for other plant life as well, supporting representatives of 70% of the world's plant families and over 3,000 species of vascular plants, with about 10% endemic to the valley. Its name comes from its two main regions, Tehuacan, meaning place of the gods in Nahuatl, and Cuicatlan, meaning the land that sings. The valley it resides in contains the oldest known water management system in North America, with ancient waterways and dams that enabled early agricultural settlements. Cascadas Roberto Barrios is a series of waterfalls with natural pools set deep in the jungle near the village of Roberto Barrios. The falls are a favourite among locals and travellers seeking a quieter alternative to more crowded sites. It features 5 main waterfalls connected by a river, each with limestone formations that create natural pools, slides, and infinity edges. Notably, the 5th waterfall is known for its smooth rocks, which visitors use as a natural slide, plunging into the pool below. The area is managed by the local community, which helps keep the site clean and ensures visitor facilities are available. Playa del Carmen is a major resort city along the Caribbean coast, renowned for its coral reefs. Originally a small fishing village called Zamanjá, meaning waters of the north in Maya, it served as a key stop for Mayan traders and pilgrims heading to Cozumel. The area was later renamed after the chapel of the Virgen del Carmen, built during colonial times. The city's growth began with the establishment of a ferry service to Cozumel, drawing divers and travellers who discovered its relaxed vibe and scenic coastline. Over time, Playa del Carmen evolved into one of Latin America's fastest growing communities, attracting millions of visitors each year and becoming a central hub in the Riviera Maya. Its downtown is anchored by Quinta Avenida, a pedestrian street lined with shops, restaurants and nightlife, just steps from the beach. Portal Maya is a monumental bronze sculpture located in Fundadores Park, facing the Caribbean Sea. Unveiled in 2012 to mark the end of the Mayan calendar, it stands over 50 feet tall and depicts a man and woman being lifted by spirals of wind and water, holding hands above their heads. The sculpture incorporates symbols important to the region, including a jaguar, shells, figures from the past and present, and rings from the Mayan ball game. Xcaret Park is a large eco-archaeological park located just south of Playa del Carmen. The park features more than 50 attractions, including underground rivers, a coral reef aquarium, a butterfly pavilion, an aviary, and a recreated Mayan village. In fact, its butterfly pavilion is one of the largest in the region, with dozens of species on display. Visitors can swim in natural pools, explore jungle trails, and experience wildlife encounters. Monte Alban is one of the most significant ancient cities in Mesoamerica, known for its monumental architecture and position as the capital of the Zapotec civilization. The site is perched on an artificially flattened mountain, offering panoramic views of the Oaxaca Valley and reflecting advanced urban planning and engineering. It was founded around 500 BCE in a previously uninhabited buffer zone between competing chiefdoms in the valley. Its rapid rise was marked by a population shift from surrounding settlements, most notably San Jose Mogote, as elites consolidated power at this new centre. The city became the religious, political, and economic heart of the Zapotec Empire, influencing the region for over a millennium. At its peak, Monte Alban was home to as many as 25,000 to 30,000 people, and was the second largest ceremonial site in Central America. The Zapotec people of Oaxaca are renowned for their traditional crafts, which include weaving, pottery, and wood carving. Zapotec weaving has been practiced for over 2,000 years, with the village of Teotitlan del Valle standing out as a centre for this art. Artisans use hand-spun wool and natural dyes from local plants and insects, such as cochineal, to create beautiful textiles. Zapotec pottery is known for its stylistic range, from animal and human figures to geometric designs that express Zapotec beliefs and cosmology. Ancient techniques such as hand moulding and burnishing are still used today, and pieces often feature symbolic colours and motifs. The artisans are also known for their wood carvings, especially alebrijes, colourful, fantastical animal figures crafted from copal wood. The craft involves the sustainable harvesting of copal wood and uses both natural and modern pigments for decoration. Sayulita is a coastal town known for its surf-friendly beaches, laid-back atmosphere, and colourful streets. Historically, the area was shaped by indigenous groups and later became a site for coconut oil production under Spanish influence. The land was eventually given to local workers, forming the Sayulita Ejido, and the town grew as a close-knit community with strong local traditions. It is famous for its bohemian style, surf culture, and welcoming community. Its nightlife is lively, with bars and live music venues that attract both locals and visitors. Wellness activities such as yoga and massage are also central to Sayulita's appeal, with retreats and classes available throughout the town. Sayulita Beach is the main attraction, stretching along the edge of town. The south end is closest to the plaza and is lined with restaurants, bars, beach chairs and vendors. Here the waves are gentle, making it a popular spot for beginner surfers. Surf schools and board rentals are abundant, and the beach is known for its consistent, manageable waves that are ideal for learning to surf or paddleboard. The beach is also a launch point for boat tours to the Marietas Islands, where visitors can snorkel, spot dolphins and, during migration season, watch whales. Located in the Sierra del Tigre, Mazamitla is a mountain town often called the Switzerland of Jalisco because of its cool climate and alpine scenery. Many well-to-do families from Guadalajara have built cabins in the area, contributing to its reputation as a weekend escape. The Parroquia de San Cristobal is Mazamitla's main church and a landmark in the town centre. Constructed in the mid-20th century, it stands out for its eclectic architecture, combining neo-Gothic and Chinese influences. The church's white and burgundy colours match the surrounding buildings, and its towers feature conical tops and wooden balconies, giving it a distinctive appearance. Local marriage customs involve rituals at the church, including symbolic gifts, and in cases of elopement, a public act of repentance. It is said that Miguel Hidalgo, a leader of the independence movement, once held mass in the area using an oak trunk as an altar, a relic still preserved today. The Marietas Islands are a group of small, uninhabited volcanic islands located a few miles off the coast of Nayarit, in the Bahia de Banderas. They are known for their unique geological formations, abundant marine life, and the world-famous Playa del Amor, also called the Hidden Beach. This beach was likely formed by a combination of natural erosion and accidental explosions from military activity. In the 1960s, oceanographer Jacques Cousteau led a campaign to protect the islands, raising international awareness about their ecological importance. The islands were designated a national park and later a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. They are also sometimes referred to as Mexico's Galapagos due to the presence of rare species. Copper Canyon, or Barranca del Cobre, is a vast system of 6 interconnected canyons carved by rivers on the western slopes of the Sierra Tarahumara in the Sierra Madre Occidental. The region covers a massive area, with canyons deeper and longer than the Grand Canyon. The landscape features steep-walled gorges, pine oak forests at the rim, and tropical leafage at the canyon floors. The area is home to the Raramuri people, renowned for their endurance running and traditional way of life. Many still live in caves and remote settlements, maintaining customs that date back centuries. The arrival of the Chihuahua al Pacifico Railroad made the region accessible to travelers who come for the dramatic scenery and cultural encounters. Cascada Basaseachic is the second highest waterfall in the country, plunging dramatically into Candamania Canyon within Basaseachic Falls National Park. The falls are formed by two streams merging and dropping over a sheer cliff, creating a powerful single drop that is especially impressive during the rainy season. However, it is seasonal, sometimes drying up in the dry months. Urique Canyon is the deepest of the Copper Canyon system, notable for its steep walls and the small village of Urique at the canyon's base. It reaches depths of over 6,000 feet, making it the deepest in the system. The canyon is accessible via the Chepe train and by road through viewpoints such as Cerro del Gallego. Urique has a history of gold mining, with deposits discovered in the 17th century. Today, the village is known for its tranquil setting and as the site of the famous ultra marathon that draws elite runners from around the world, inspired by the local Raramuri athletes. The area hosts the Copper Canyon Ultra Marathon, featured in the book Born to Run. Valle de los Monjes, or Valley of the Monks, is a nature preserve near Creel, famous for its towering stone monoliths that resemble monks in prayer. The monoliths are natural rock formations shaped by erosion over millions of years. The valley offers hiking trails among the rock formations, with opportunities for photography and wildlife observation. Acapulco de Juarez is one of the oldest and most famous beach resort cities on the Pacific coast. It is known for its large hotels, lively nightlife, golf courses, and a long history as a destination for both international celebrities and domestic travellers. Historically, its port served as the eastern end of the Manila galleon trade route between Asia and the Americas. This made it a central hub for commerce, especially with the Philippines, and led to the construction of the first major road connecting the port to the capital. Acapulco Bay is a deep, semicircular harbour, recognised as one of the finest natural anchorages in the world. The bay's shape and depth made it ideal for Spanish galleons and later for cruise ships and pleasure boats. Acapulco's beaches are long, well-developed stretches of sand with warm waters and easy access to hotels, restaurants and bars. Each beach has its own character, with options for families, partygoers, and water sports enthusiasts. La Quebrada is one of Acapulco's most famous attractions, known for its cliff divers, who perform daily shows by leaping from heights of up to 80 feet into a narrow channel below. The divers must time their jumps perfectly to coincide with incoming waves, making the feat both dangerous and thrilling. The tradition of cliff diving here dates back many years, but the organised group, La Quebrada Cliff Divers, was established in 1934. Chichen Itza is one of the most important archaeological sites of the ancient Maya-Toltec civilization. It was a major centre of politics, trade, religion, and science, flourishing for centuries as a hub of cultural exchange and innovation. The city was abandoned by the 15th century, but its monuments remained sacred to local people, and later became a focus of international archaeological interest. El Castillo, also known as the Temple of Kukulkan, dominates the centre of the site. Each of its 4 sides has 91 steps, and when the top platform is included, the total is 365, matching the days of the solar year. The pyramid's 9 terraces, divided by staircases, represent the 18 months of the Maya calendar. During the spring and autumn equinoxes, the setting sun casts shadows along the pyramid's northern staircase, creating the illusion of a serpent slithering down the steps. This phenomenon is linked to Kukulkan, the feathered serpent deity, and demonstrates the Mayas' knowledge of astronomy and architecture. Additionally, archaeologists have discovered that El Castillo is actually built over at least 2 earlier pyramids, with a red jaguar throne and a Chakmul sculpture inside. The Great Bull Court at Chichen Itza is the largest and best preserved bull court in ancient Mesoamerica. The court was used for the Mesoamerican bull game, a ritual sport with deep religious and cosmic symbolism. The game represented struggles between light and darkness, life and death, and was often associated with human sacrifice. The Temple of the Warriors is a large stepped pyramid, flanked by rows of carved columns depicting warriors and mythological figures. The structure combines Maya and Toltec styles, serving as a centre for rituals, ceremonies, and celebrations of military victories. Mazatlan is a port city on the Pacific coast, located just south of the Gulf of California and east of the Baja California Peninsula. Its development accelerated in the 19th century with the arrival of German immigrants, who introduced international trade, brewing, and even musical styles like banda, which evolved from Bavarian folk music. The port became crucial for shipping gold and silver from inland mines, and its natural harbour, protected by hills and islands, was once a favourite hideout for pirates. The city was occupied by American and French forces in the 19th century and served as the capital of Sinaloa for a period. Tourism began in earnest in the 20th century, first with sport fishing, and then with the rise of resort hotels along Playa Olas Altas in the 1950s and 1960s. The city's economy is anchored by its port, which handles automobiles, steel, and seafood, especially shrimp, a local delicacy celebrated with the world's largest shrimp cocktail. The Catedral Basílica de la Inmaculada Concepción is Mazatlan's main religious building, dedicated to the Immaculate Conception, and serves as the seat of the Diocese of Mazatlan. The architecture is a mix of neo-Gothic, Baroque, and neoclassical styles, reflecting the eclectic tastes of the late 19th century. Isla El Crestón is a rocky promontory at the southern tip of Mazatlan, famous as the site of El Faro, the city's lighthouse. Once a true island, it became connected to the mainland as the city expanded. The lighthouse is among the highest natural lighthouses in the Americas and has guided ships since the late 19th century. The basaltic prisms of Santa Maria Regla are a natural geological formation near Huasca de Ocampo. They are characterized by their towering columns of basalt rock that line a ravine through which water flows from the San Antonio Dam. The name comes from the nearby Santa Maria Regla Hacienda, a historic mining estate that played a key role in the region's development. These prisms were formed millions of years ago when volcanic lava cooled slowly, causing the rock to contract and crack into polygonal columns, mostly hexagonal or pentagonal in shape. The site was first promoted internationally by the scientist Alexander von Humboldt, who visited in 1803 and drew the prisms, spreading their fame throughout Europe. Heroica Veracruz is a historic port city on the Gulf of Mexico, nicknamed the Door to the Americas, being the landing site for the Spanish conquest and the starting point of major historical events. It was the first Spanish settlement on the mainland of the Americas to receive a coat of arms, and the first with a town hall in North America. The city's port was the main entry point for goods, people and ideas from Europe, Africa and the Caribbean, making it a centre for trade and cultural exchange. The city's music and cuisine reflect a strong Afro-Caribbean, Spanish and indigenous influence, making it famous for son jarocho music and dishes like huachinango a la veracruzana. San Juan de Ulua is a massive fortress built on an island just off the port, originally constructed in the 16th century to defend Veracruz from pirates and foreign navies. The fort's thick stone walls and strategic location made it one of the most formidable in the Americas. It was built using mortar enriched with turtle eggs and oyster shells, considered advanced engineering for its time. Isla de Sacrificios is a small island near the port, part of the Veracruz Reef System National Park. The island's name dates to 1518, when Spanish explorers found evidence of ritual sacrifices performed by indigenous peoples. It was also used for religious ceremonies and as a burial ground in pre-Hispanic times. Playa de Chachalacas is a coastal area north of Veracruz, famous for its wide beach and rolling sand dunes. The dunes offer a natural playground for adventure sports, while the calm waters are ideal for swimming and kayaking. Isla de En Medio is a small island in the Veracruz Reef System, known for its white sand, crystal clear waters, and coral reefs. It is a protected area, accessible only by boat with limited visitor numbers to preserve its ecosystem. Pico de Orizaba is the highest mountain in Mexico and the third highest in North America, recognized for its massive snow-capped summit and status as the continent's tallest volcano. It is a dormant stratovolcano, with its last eruption recorded in the 19th century. The mountain has been significant in pre-Hispanic cultures, including the Mexica and Totonacs, and features in local mythology and folklore. It was also the site of battles during the country's struggle for independence. Since then, the area around the volcano was declared a national park in the 1930s to protect its natural environment and surrounding communities. Mérida is known as the White City, possessing strong Maya and Spanish influences. Founded in 1542, Mérida was built atop the ancient Maya city of Tijo, also known as Ichkanzihu, or City of Five Hills. Stones from these Maya structures were reused in the construction of early Spanish buildings, a detail still visible in the city's cathedral. The city's name comes from Mérida in Extremadura, Spain, reflecting the Spanish practice of naming New World cities after those in their homeland. For centuries, Mérida was a walled city, designed to protect the Spanish elite from periodic Maya uprisings. In the late 19th century, the region prospered due to the henequen industry, which brought wealth and led to the construction of elaborate mansions. The Monumento a la Patria is located at the northern end of Paseo de Montejo. Designed by Colombian sculptor Rómulo Rosso and completed in 1956, the monument is entirely hand-carved from stone. It features detailed reliefs depicting key moments in Mexican history, including the Declaration of Independence, the Revolution, and the Battle of Puebla. The Palacio Municipal de Mérida, built in 1735, is a two-storey building with arcades and corridors, originally serving as a granary and jail. The building remains the seat of the city government and is located on the main square, Plaza Grande, a focal point for civic and cultural events. The Catedral de San Ildefonso is the oldest cathedral on the American mainland, constructed between 1562 and 1598 on the site of a former Maya temple. To add, its austere Renaissance facade is made from stone taken from Maya pyramids. The cathedral is dedicated to San Ildefonso and serves as the seat of the Yucatan Archdiocese. It is notable for its mix of Renaissance, Mudéjar, and Gothic architectural elements, and for the presence of colonial-era emblems and inscriptions. The Vaqueria is a traditional Yucatecan dance and festival with deep historical roots in Mérida. Originally, vaquerias were multi-day celebrations held on haciendas to honour patron saints, mixing Maya and Spanish traditions. Today, Mérida hosts public vaqueria performances every Sunday and Monday in the main square, featuring the Jarana Orchestra and dancers in traditional attire. The dance is then accompanied by the Jarana Orchestra, which fuses European and Maya musical elements. Cabo Pulmo National Park is a protected marine reserve on the east coast of the Baja California Peninsula, stretching from Pulmo Point to Los Frailes Cape along the Gulf of California. The park is famous for its coral reef, which is the oldest and northernmost in the eastern Pacific, and the only living coral reef in the Gulf of California. The reef is estimated to be around 20,000 years old and supports over 800 species of marine animals and plants, including 11 species of hard corals. The area was initially recognised as a model for marine conservation, with international attention for its successful recovery from overfishing. Local community action, supported by scientists and environmental groups, led to the establishment of the national park in 1995 and strict protections for the reef and surrounding waters. Since then, the ecosystem has rebounded, with fish populations and coral cover increasing dramatically, making Cabo Pulmo one of the most successful marine reserves in the world. Mexico City is one of the oldest and largest cities in the Americas, built on the ruins of the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, which stood on islands in Lake Texcoco. The city's name comes from the Nahuatl language, with Mexico meaning place in the center of the moon, or place of the Mexica, the dominant group of the Aztec Triple Alliance. After the Spanish conquest, the city was razed and rebuilt as the capital of New Spain, becoming a major centre of political, religious, and economic power. The city has played a central role in nearly every chapter of the country's history, from the colonial era and independence to modern times. It is known for its monumental public spaces, such as the Zócalo, built over the Aztec Ceremonial Center, and for its dynamic mix of pre-Hispanic, colonial, and modern architecture. The Palacio de Bellas Artes is the country's premier arts centre, famous for its Art Nouveau and neoclassical exterior and Art Deco interior. Construction began in 1904 but was delayed by the revolution and the city's soft soil, finally finishing in 1934. The building hosts operas, concerts, and the Ballet Folclórico de México. It is also home to the National Museum of Architecture. Unfortunately, the palace is slowly sinking due to the lake bed beneath it. The Angel of Independence, or El Ángel, stands on Paseo de la Reforma as a monument to the country's independence from Spain. Completed in 1910, the golden statue is actually the Roman goddess Victory, holding a laurel crown and a broken chain. The monument has also survived major earthquakes, with the original statue's head reused after damage in 1957, as there is a rallying point for celebrations and protests. The monument also serves as a mausoleum for independence heroes, including Father Hidalgo. The Metropolitan Cathedral dominates the north side of the Zócalo and is the largest cathedral in the Americas. Built from 1573 to 1813 atop the former Aztec sacred precinct, it incorporates Gothic, Baroque, and neoclassical styles. Stones from the Templo Mayor were used in its construction. The Torre Latinoamericana is a 44-story skyscraper in downtown Mexico City, completed in 1956. It was the tallest building in the city for decades and is famous for surviving major earthquakes without damage, thanks to innovative engineering. The building withstood both the 1957 and 1985 earthquakes, as well as a museum, restaurant and exhibition spaces. The Basilica of Our Lady of Guadalupe is one of the world's most visited Catholic shrines. Located at the foot of Tepeyac Hill, it commemorates the reported apparitions of the Virgin Mary to Juan Diego. The original basilica opened in 1709, but the current circular structure was consecrated in 1976 to accommodate millions of pilgrims. Templo Mayor was the main temple of the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, and was dedicated to the gods Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc. The temple was rebuilt several times and was the centre of religious and political life. After the conquest, it was largely destroyed, but modern excavations have revealed its layered structure and many artefacts. Chapultepec Castle stands atop Chapultepec Hill in the city's largest park. Built as a summer residence for viceroys, it later served as a military academy, imperial palace, and presidential residence. During the Mexican-American War, the castle was famously defended by the Niños Héroes, and it houses the National Museum of History today. Cascada de Atlahuitzia is known for its dramatic waterfall, which drops over 100 metres in the Sierra de Zongolica. It is a result of the convergence of several rivers from the Sierra de Zongolica, with the Moyo Tempa River making a sudden and steep descent that creates the waterfall. The area is also known for its underground rivers and resurgence points, where water disappears and reappears, adding to the region's geological intrigue. This is Mexico, a land of hidden wonders and remarkable architectural marvels. Now, if you don't want to miss the most unreal wonders of Hawaii, check out this video.